morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. I know it's a busy day for everyone today. We do have bill requests. Senator Dietrich, welcome to the Tax Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee members, happy to be here today. I'm going to ask to introduce Senate Bill 22 RS 2905. It's a bill establishing a property tax exemption for antique utility trailers. Those would be trailers older than 30 years.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions? Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll make the bill request. Thank you. Committee, I have a few bill requests for introduction. One of them is to remove the 1.5 mil that the state collects. Are there any questions? Any objection to the bill introduction? Seeing none, we'll make the request. And the second one would be to increase the 20K on property taxes for the 20 mil. Are there any questions? 100K. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like that. Just one question. You say increase it. Do you have an increase amount?
Yes, the person that made the request wants to increase it to 100K.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any objection? Seeing none, we'll make the request. Committee, Paul Finney has made a request for legislation on property tax. We've seen this legislation before. Are there any questions? With no objection, we'll make the request. Committee, are there any other bill requests for bill introductions? Amelia just corrected me. Mr. Finney's bill was actually on income tax. What was the previous bill number? Do we have that? It's okay. The committee had the bill in 2019, so it'll be the same bill, just with date changes. Committee, I do have one other request for bill introduction, and it is on transparency for property tax voting on revenue neutral rates. Any questions? Any objection to the request? Seeing none, we'll make the request. Committee, one last one for today. I know we've got a lot of bills. Committee, this is a request for property tax addressing seniors and disabled veterans. Any questions on the bill request? Seeing none? Any objection? Seeing none, we'll make the request for the introduction. Thank you, committee. Committee, we have a hearing today on Senate Bill 339. We have quite a few conferees for both bills. It seems like duplicate conferees, so I will ask you to hold your testimony to 1 minute to 2 minutes. I know that's quick, but we need you to hit the highlights. And committee, this we had it scheduled earlier in the year. I know we're very thankful that Diane is healthy, but it did kind of throw our schedule off a little. And I thank you so much. John was here till 10 o'clock last night. I will remind people that are especially in the system to abide by the committee rules. You are to turn your testimony in before noon the prior day, and you are supposed to provide copies so that our committee staff can do their job. I ask you, especially if you're in the system. Now, people that come in that are not lobbyists, not legislators, they understand. I mean, we give them a lot of leeway. But for people that testify almost daily, you guys know the process. We would ask that you respect it and help us out. So with that, committee, I'll open the hearing for Senate Bill 339. Amelia, will you give us an overview?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Senate Bill 339 would reduce the state rate of sales and compensating use tax on sales of food and food ingredients, including prepared foods, from 6.5% to 0% beginning January 1 of 2023. It would also provide for the continued levy of city and countywide sales taxes on sales of food and food ingredients, and it would discontinue the current non-refundable food sales tax credit after tax year 22. Section 1 amends KSA 12-189A. That is the provision that would allow for the continued levy, local levies on food and food ingredients. Section 2 is the provision that would amend 7932-271, which is the current non-refundable income tax credit for certain taxpayers who purchase food in the state. It would be discontinued after tax year 22. So 22 would be the last tax year of that credit. Section 3 amends 793602, which is the definitional section for the Retailer Sales Tax Act. It would include a new provision in the definition of food and food ingredients that would include items listed there: bottled water, candy, dietary supplements. It does include in this bill prepared foods and soft drinks. Other definitions are added to that provision. Those provisions, I believe, are consistent with the definitions that would be found in the Streamline Agreement. Section 4 amends 793603, which is the actual statute that imposes the Kansas retailer sales tax. And it would be amended to express the new state rate of 0% for the sales of food and food ingredients beginning January 1 of 23. Section 5 would amend 793703 to incorporate that new 0% rate into the compensating use tax provisions. And this bill would take effect from and after publication in the statute book. And I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Amelia. Committee, are there any questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One quick question. So prepared food, does that include restaurant-type food?
Amelia.
In 339?
In 339, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Committee, our first conferee is Jay Hall. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. In order to keep, Jay Hall for the Kansas Association of Counties. In order to keep this brief, I will just hit the main point, which is that we would like to keep in the bill the exemption for county and city property taxes. That's very important, or the allowance to continue those property taxes rather, or the sales taxes rather.
Thank you.
I was typing about property taxes, my apologies. We would like to maintain the county and city portions of the sales tax for food. And simply put, that is because if we lose that portion of the sales tax, those expenses would be shifted to the property tax. I got ahead of myself on my point there. But those would be exchanged for property taxes because of the fact that a lot of those sales taxes go to pay for things like roads, bridges, county infrastructure, those types of things. And so if we lost that revenue, it would automatically shift that onto the property tax. With that said, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Jay. Committee, any questions? Senator Clay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a question, just an observation. And I think you make a really valid point that when a tax is reduced and you have to provide services with those taxes, that tax is then shifted to other taxes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Committee, I have a quick one for you, Jay. So the governor's bill requested all sales tax be removed. So you would not have the option as you have with this bill.
Yeah, we would prefer to have the option as it is in this bill because, like I said, it would shift that burden onto the property tax. And we already know the property tax is probably the least popular tax that's out there. Thank you.
John McCormick, welcome to the Tax Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, committee members. I'm the president and CEO of the Retail Grocers Association, and I have most of all of the supermarket owners in the state of Kansas. And I am for both bills. Make that clear, because I think that lowering the food sales tax in the state of Kansas will help my retailers that are up on the border of Nebraska, on the border of Colorado, on the border of Missouri. We have money leaking out of the state. I have one retailer that does have a store. He's got a few stores in Kansas, got a store in Fairbury. Washington County residents shop in Fairbury. So I actually prefer 342. I'll take either one. I would like it to start sooner than January. I have a little bit of a problem with the candy definition, and we can get into the details later. But I'm for both bills. I prefer 342.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any questions for Mr. McCormick? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If the definition of food was narrowed down to more staples or nutritious products, not soft drinks, et cetera, would that hinder your support? And then one other question, you mentioned Colorado, Nebraska, Missouri. Oklahoma is not a...
Oklahoma somewhat. They're 4%. We're 6.5%. I mean, so there's still a little leakage, I would imagine, going into Oklahoma.
My first question, as far as if we narrow down the definition of...
When I read the bill the way it was written, I was pleased because bottled water, candy, they're more of a staple than we all would like to think. Okay? Prepared food, that's a different subject. Twix, for example, is not candy because it's made with flour. And so there's issues with some of the candy that's made. So, I think the staples are a big deal. So it's not a huge point, but it would simplify the way the point of sale works and the way the customer understands things.
Senator Peck.
I was just going to say, I don't consider candy a staple, but in any event, but I guess I'm not 100% confident I've gotten an answer that if it were narrowed down, you would still be a proponent?
Yes.
Or,
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator, or committee, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rabbi Raber, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. Welcome to the Tax Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rabbi Moti Reber, Executive Director of Kansas Interfaith Action. I want to talk a little bit just about the principle of the sales tax, and then this, I'm not going to testify on both bills. I just want to say the principle of the sales tax and then have it applied to both bills. One of our primary areas is economic justice. That's one of our mission areas. We are a public policy advocacy organization that works from the faith community. So one of the principal issues is making sure that people who are in need have what they need to survive. The food sales tax counters that. It's a regressive tax, meaning it has more of an impact on people who have less of an income. So people who have more of life's blessings, financial blessings, spend less of their percentage of their income on staples and necessities, whereas people lower down on this socioeconomic ladder spend more. That's what makes it a regressive tax. It adds to food insecurity, which is already over 12% in Kansas, making it more difficult for people to put food on the table. We've always supported the elimination of the food sales tax, but because of financial need and the fiscal note, it was always more difficult to do it in the past. Now because of the surplus that we have, it's a little easier to do it. And it's time to take that step. I want to say that I also prefer 342. I just wanted to come up here and say that it's very important that the food sales tax be eliminated. And the less complicated the issue, the better. And that the food sales tax is one of the less justifiable taxes, and we hope that it will be eliminated through legislation this year. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Rabbi. Committee, any questions? Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you so much for being here. I heard what you said. We've heard it before in this committee. But I was wondering if you wanted to respond by respond to what was shared with us just a few minutes earlier from the Kansas Association of Counties, whereby eliminate that food tax, and what we're going to have is an increase in property tax. So address that because that impacts all families as well. It doesn't just, okay, now you don't have to pay that tax. It is now you're going to pay that tax elsewhere.
Well, I think right now, I mean, I think in the current fiscal situation, we're not in that situation because we have the funding available to be able to eliminate the sales tax. In the future, I think when we need more revenue, the way that we should address that is by addressing income taxes primarily. Certainly wouldn't want to see food sales tax repeal combined with any kind of cut in tax for higher income earners or corporate entities. We think that we certainly have ideas about how to balance the state's budget. I don't think that I agree that relying on property taxes is also problematic. I think the best way to do it would be to address the higher income taxes.
Okay. If I might, Madam Chair.
Senator Baumgardner.
Just want to get back to eliminating the food tax doesn't just impact what comes into the general fund for the state. It impacts the cities and counties, and they are the ones that drive what the property tax is going to be because they have those services to provide. So can you speak to that? Again, it doesn't just eliminate that residents in Kansas don't have to pay that tax. It just says it's going to come out of, instead of the front right pocket, it might come out of the back left pocket.
I don't know if I can speak to how counties fund themselves. I'm not sure that I can speak to that part. I think from the state point of view, my answer was for the state point of view. I don't know that I'm in a position to really say anything about how the counties fund themselves. I'd be happy to think about that and get back to you.
I think you need to, and quite frankly, Madam Chair, the only reason I bring this up is because it came up when legislators met with the State Board of Education. This understanding that as we reduce the pie of revenues coming in, that means we're cutting, because we're mandated by law, what goes to K through 12. So it makes the other slices of the pie for all of the other agencies, including DCF, it makes what they have available to them from, and just flipping to that federal or the state level.
Well, again, on the state level, I think that income should be addressed. On the county level, it's a question that I'm not prepared to answer.
Thank you.
So, Rabbi, there's data online that you can look at that. I would ask that you would, if you want to get back to the committee, that'd be wonderful. Thank you for your questions. Senator Corson, we're going to have to limit questions if we're not quick about this.
Sure. I just had a question. I think it's for the reviser, but I think that I don't believe that Senate Bill 342, I think there was a statement made earlier that does not keep the city and county portion. I think that's incorrect, and I just want to make sure, because we have conferees talking about both
Senator
of these
Corson,
bills.
okay.
We have the reviser, just because I think that
Senator Corson,
is incorrect.
Let me tell you, Senate Bill 339, it's optional for the counties to remove the sales tax on food. The other bill does not address the county portion at all. So we'll move on to the second bill, but let's just keep that in mind.
Portion intact.
It does.
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to make sure. Thanks.
Yes. So thank you for the question. Thank you, Rabbi. Scott Schneider is our next conferee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott Schneider on behalf of the Kansas Restaurant and Hospitality Association. I didn't encourage you to look at my two-page testimony because it's pretty brilliant. But our position's been the same for 6 years. We want restaurants and grocery stores to receive the same sales tax as they sell food. We support the first bill. We oppose the second bill for that reason. But I do want to say a few things about the second bill. Am I done?
We're on the first bill.
You going to call me back?
You will testify on the second.
All right, I'll come back and testify that. On the first bill, the reason why I think it's important to hold these sales tax equal is because I think you need to understand where people get their food. Not everybody lives near a grocery store. Not everybody has transportation. Not everybody has utilities. And I think it's important for those people in the urban areas, those people in the rural areas, where they go to get their food shouldn't be taxed differently. My wife grew up south of here. The closest grocery store was 30 miles away. Family goes and eats at the local diner quite often. Should they pay more to get their sustenance than somebody else who's going 30 miles away? I think it's a policy consideration that this body needs to consider. Thank you, and I'll be back.
Stand for a question. Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief. So, Scott, I want to follow up on the policy nugget of this. Obviously, anytime we have tax policy, the state is basically trying to impact actions. My question is that do you not think it's important for the state, through implementing tax policy, to try to have families be able to literally put food on their tables, have that be a preference over just having to go out and eat? Thank you, Madam Chair.
So on that point, I do want to point out that's in my testimony that 231,000 Kansans are on the SNAP program, the food stamp program. Those benefits are not taxed according to federal law. Then we have the food sales tax rebate. If you're going to drive a policy that tries to get to the poorest people in our community, the most deserving people in our community, I would encourage you to make it more narrow, for one, yes.
Senator Holland.
But I guess to me that reinforces my point. We have policies for SNAP. To me, that implies that people, poor people, I'm sorry, we're trying to get them to be able to prepare foods, eat inside their home. To me, that's what I think we're trying to reinforce through this policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for the conferee? Thank you, Scott. You guys, I know I'm pushing this, but we did get a late start today. We lose the committee room, and we've got a lot to get through. So Becky Schwartz, our next conferee, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Becky Schwartz with Fuel True Independent Energy and Convenience. We represent the convenience stores across the state. To be very brief, a lot of our convenience stores are the grocery stores, and they're small communities. And our members, while they support the bill, they are concerned with the definition. We do like how 339 puts everything exempt, whether that food is in the cooler or on the warmer, served with utensils. This will exempt all of them, and it makes things less confusing for our associates and everybody at the store. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Seeing none, thank you. Committee, I would draw your attention to the proponent written testimony. Eric Andrade, William Cochran, Donna Ginther, Tim Graham, John Jenks, Dennis Kreisel, McCain McLachlan, Derek Schmidt, Karen Siebert, Lee Wagner, Jerry Younger. We do have two on WebEx. Committee, Glenda Du Bois. Are you there, Glenda?
Good morning. Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I am.
Would you want to testify?
Yes, I do.
Please continue.
Thank you. Again, good morning, Chairwoman Tyson and members of the Senate Committee on Assessment and Taxation. I am the State Director. I'm Glenda Du Bois. I'm the State Director for AARP Kansas. And I thank you for this opportunity to testify. And Madam Chair, I can speak on 339 and 342 at the same time, if that's agreeable, or you can let me know.
Please do not.
Do not.
Just
Okay.
address 339.
339. All right. We are absolutely, and we are supporting 339. AARP supports the use of a progressive tax structure. However, we feel that sales tax, on the other hand, are regressive, and people with low incomes are usually disproportionately burdened with those taxes. We also, our state our AARP Public Policy Institute analysis shows that food insecurity, as it relates to those Kansans here in Kansas, there are 65,000 Kansans that are 50 years older and older who were food insecure in 2020. And so actually we believe that the state existing food tax exacerbates that particular insecurity. Also, a tax on groceries may require older Kansans to choose between the purchase of food for themselves and their families and other vital necessities such as prescription drugs. These are our volunteers and our caregivers and veterans, and therefore we support AARP Kansas supports Senate Bill 339 and ask for your careful consideration in approving the reduction of sales food tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenda. Committee, any questions for Glenda? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
John Shively?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, John.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Alrighty. Thank you. My name is John Shively. I am with the Sisters of Charity of Leavenworth Office of Justice, Peace, and Integrity of Creation. I have my written testimony there for you. I won't go over all that. I just want to point out a couple things that aren't in there. Our sisters, their charism, their spirituality has led them especially to care for people throughout history experiencing poverty, and this is the same reason we support 339 today. Especially given the economic impacts of the COVID situation over the last 2 years and current inflation rates. We would encourage you to pass this. We've heard a lot about businesses today, but the human impact of this bill, we can speak to our sisters minister to people every day who are in hard financial situations and could benefit substantially from the removal of the sales tax on food. So I'm going to ask you to keep in mind young college students who skip meals to get by, who don't have other safety nets, single mothers and fathers trying to provide for their kids, and even the average family of four who has a good income but may still be struggling to cover all of the bills, because at the end of the day, you know, this isn't a life-changing amount of money, but an extra $30 to $40 a month could mean an insurance copay when someone gets sick, if they're lucky enough to have insurance, a few extra meals that get them to the next paycheck, an extra tank of gas that gets them to and from work and keeps them employed, or partial payments to keep the lights or the heat on in the winter. To them, every dollar counts. And so we'd encourage your support of this bill, and thank you for the time today.
Thank you, John. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I would ask, I don't think there's anybody else to testify for the bill. Seeing none, we'll move on to opponents. John Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am John Donnelly. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Kansas Farm Bureau. I think actually a lot of the stuff that I was wanting to point out has already been addressed. You've seen me in front of this committee on these types of bills before. I don't have the luxury of being supportive, but having lots of questions. Our policy is clear. The sales tax should be applied at the retail level. All citizens are consumers of food and are uniformly taxed on the food they purchase, and we oppose legislation to reduce or exempt the sales tax on food. I'm here because that's our policy. It is a retail sales tax program. Food is a retail sale. It is the retail sale of many of the products that we produce. We believe that good tax policy and a good retail sales tax policy allows for business-to-business exemptions because the ultimate retail sale is where the sales tax applies. I would draw your attention, and I won't belabor the point, but I provided a tax foundation, fiscal fact number 598. I know it was addressed earlier, but I believe if the tax policy goal is to help those less fortunate with some tax relief, I think that tax foundation document would say that there are better approaches to that than reducing the sales tax on food, or reducing or eliminating the sales tax on food, because a lot of that is already exempt today. The tax policy of I'll just use myself, allowing me to have a sales tax exemption when I go to Sam's Club and buy a prime filet, prime beef tenderloin, I don't know what tax policy we're truly advancing there. So just raise that for your attention and then your consideration. And Madam Chair, I would assert, I'm going to say the same thing if I come back up. So in the interest of time, 342 will be written only.
Okay, thank you, John. I appreciate it. Committee, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will try to be very brief here. John, you've been up for the committee before, and help me out here. I think in prior testimony, you've talked about some sort of a concern or a fear that some sort of value-added tax would be added to the supply chain. So two very quick questions. Can you elaborate to the committee what your concern is with that? And number two, for those states that aren't taxing food at the state level, your fear about the value-added taxation in the supply chain, where else does that exist if for states that don't have a state sales tax on food? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair and Ranking Minority. I appreciate the question. I think it's a great question. I think, and look, I'm paid to be cynical and I'm paid to be nervous. So I would assert that within the next 10 years, I will be before this very committee to defend sales tax exemptions, because every time we get into a budget shortfall, sales tax exemptions is where everyone looks to start. And then after we study it, we realize the tax policy on how we do it. So I would say that there is the potential for the debate to go after those sales tax exemptions in the future, which would then, if you're taxing business-to-business transactions and not the ultimate retail sale, I would argue that's more of a value-added tax system than a retail sales tax system. So that's to address your first question. Secondly, as to other states, I'm not prepared and do not know the answer to that question. I think I would guess that they probably have many of the similar exemptions.
Senator Holland.
Just to quickly conclude, so basically, it doesn't exist in the United States as far as a value-add tax anywhere on agricultural products. I know it's in Europe, and I understand that might be your fear coming over here, but I don't think this is the issue to raise that concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would ask you the same question, Mr. Donnelly, that I asked one of the proponents of the legislation. If it were narrowed down to necessity staples, would Farm Bureau still be in opposition, or would it just reduce your opposition? So, I don't want to speak for you.
No, that is a great question. I would say this. 2 years ago, our tax policy read that we opposed the elimination of the sales tax on food. I think it was either 2 or 3 annual meetings ago, they actually changed it to oppose the reduction or the exemption of the sales tax on food. So they strengthened our language so that I have to be more in opposition of what you're proposing, but we're here in the process and we know how the process works. So we would like to be engaged in that discussion should that be the decision that moves forward, specifically like narrowing it or lower, stair-stepping it, whatever. We want to be involved in that discussion. I can't say today that we would be excited about that. Does that answer your question adequately?
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It is so difficult to get answers from some conferees on this particular question, because I think it's a reasonable question, and I understand your position, Mr. Donnelly. So I will say yes, you answered my question, because that was kind of the answer I expected coming in. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just didn't answer it the way you wanted me to.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
Committee, there is another opponent, Joel Skelly, written only. I would bring your attention to it. We have some neutral testimony. Emily Fesh. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairwoman Tyson and members of the committee. It's nice to be back in front of your committee. I'm Emily Fetch, the Director of Fiscal Policy at Kansas Action for Children. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on both of these bills, but right now I'll keep my comments to Senate Bill 339. We are in support of the concept behind both of these policies, but we're testifying as neutral on Senate Bill 339 because of a couple differences. So first, We prefer the earlier effective date for the elimination that's outlined in Senate Bill 342. An earlier effective date means that families can benefit sooner from the policy. Second, we're curious about how Senate Bill 339 might impact the state highway fund. And we appreciate how in the other bill they make changes to the current statute that would help the state highway fund retain their current revenue levels. And then finally, I think this is the big one, we're concerned about the additional cost of including restaurants and prepared foods in Senate Bill 339. This contributes to a $300 million difference between the two bills in fiscal year 2024. And we really want this elimination of the food sales tax to be sustainable. And we urge you to kind of just limit the legislation to just groceries. And in addition, the inclusion of restaurants would make Kansas a national outlier, as other states don't really have this inclusion. And I'll stop it for there and leave some of my other comments for Senate Bill 342. But overall, I'd just like to say that we're really excited about the opportunity to even be having this discussion. This isn't something that in previous years the state could afford. And I still think something with a nearly $800 million fiscal note is a little costly. So again, I will be back to discuss why Senate Bill 342 is the one that we're in support of and why we're neutral in Senate Bill 339. And I can stand
Any
for
questions for Emily? Senator Baumgardner.
Quick question, Emily. Has your organization spent any time working with the Grocers Association to increase grocery stores that participate in the Double Up Food Bucks program?
Not that I know of. I don't work on our food security. We actually have a food security policy advisor here, and she might know more about that. I focus on the tax piece. Okay. But we can connect you.
Well, but part of what you're proposing is putting food on Kansas family tables. So this would be another avenue. So if that information could be provided, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I mean, we certainly advocate for SNAP eligible families to have an easier time benefiting from the program.
Thank you, Senator Baumgardner, for bringing that up. Emily, I would say that we can afford this. It's where the state decides to put their resources, and this is something that myself and other legislators have been pushing for years. So thank you for your testimony.
Can I add one more?
Absolutely, Emily.
I was going to say this for the other piece, but I agree with you.
And the longer you take, the less others have to testify. So you take all the time.
I can speak to this and then be done on Senate Bill 342, but I would just say that I do think that the elimination of the food sales tax on its own and Senate Bill 342 is something that the state can afford. I would caution that if it is coupled with other expensive pieces of legislation or there are other components that are added to the bill, then it might put the state back into a fiscally precarious situation. And I think it's going to be really important to monitor the state's revenue source to make sure that we can maintain services without this revenue source in both the short and the long term.
Thank you, Emily. Next up is Lindsay Ford.
I'll be very quick. My name's Lindsay Ford. I'm with the Kansas Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence. We're neutral on this bill. We're proponents on the other one, 342, because of the earlier effective date. Simply put, economic hardships is one of the biggest barriers to establishing long-term, safe, and stable housing and a general safe life after abuse. So we are supporting any measures that assist victims in getting to that point, and 342 primarily because of the earlier effective date. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? So, Lindsay, if we move the date up on 339, you would be supportive of that bill also?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Travis Lowe from Braden Heidner Loan Associates here today on behalf of Economic Lifelines. I'll be extremely brief. Economic Lifelines represents 60 different transportation supporting private businesses, local chambers of commerce, and trade associations. The purpose of our testimony today is purely present information as it relates to these types of discussions for 339 and any other food sales tax legislation that y'all consider this session of a key component of interest to our membership, which is the State Highway Fund. We're frankly not here to weigh in on where y'all arrive on the definition of food or what sales tax that it ends up at the end. Our lane on the highway is to focus on the state highway fund. And on the bottom of page 14, the bill designates 16.15% of the state sales tax total to the state highway fund. Our request is simply, however this conversation goes over the coming weeks and months between y'all and your counterpart in the House, that we readjust that percentage proportionally. The Ike Plan 2020 was a great accomplishment for the legislature. We appreciate that. And it was passed on that understanding those funds would be there. So that is all in our request. And I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Travis, and thank you for bringing that up. Committee, are there any questions for Travis? Seeing none. Committee, I think what we're going to do is we're going to continue with this one. We'll close the hearing. We'll start the other one. We'll have to suspend it and continue another day because I am not going to cut the testimony short on that legislation. So we'll continue. Eric Satoris.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. First, I would like to begin by offering to the chair and the committee and your assistant my apologies. I believe I was one person who did not provide copies. That is all on me, and that will not happen again. I apologize for that. I also didn't help myself by suggesting the wrong switch for the chair to use to close the door, and suddenly we were in KS Ledge after dark unintentionally. We do not have policy position with respect to the food sales tax. We do appreciate the fact that this does not include local sales taxes as outlined in my testimony. In many cases, particularly smaller communities, the local sales tax being applied at the grocery store is one of their major raisers of sales tax revenue. And as Jay Hall alluded to, moving away from that creates the only other option that we have at the local level of looking to property taxes. The only thing else I would do for the committee is point to the bullet points in my testimony that are representative. These are cities that responded to me about how their sales tax is dedicated for, in many cases, bond issues, and that would then cause some difficulties in addressing how to pay off those bonds. And then you have a letter attached to my testimony from the city of Stafford that went into a little bit more detail on that. So I'd stand for questions for you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, I would say that not only property tax, you have access to some sales tax also, and during your testimony. And you know, one of these days we'll get into the debate on the three-legged stool that does not exist for Kansas government taxes. So
we don't have income taxes.
Yeah, and we don't have the time. Right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Michael White.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Michael White, Executive Director of the Kansas Contractors Association. And I'm here similar to Travis Lowe's comments with Economic Lifelines. We're not going to weigh in on the merits of either bill with the sales tax. I think you guys will decide through the course of this legislative session what you want to do with that. We do ask that for purposes of funding the Ike plan that was passed 2 years ago, that sales tax be adjusted to offset the reduction that would be lost in the state highway fund. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll just stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Budget Committee is going to be in this room next. Would it not be more prudent for us as a legislative body for the Budget Committee to look at that sales tax other than gas tax and have you come in and talk about the improvements you're wanting to make so we can share this information and everybody can be involved in that decision-making process?
Yeah, I think, you know, KDOT, and I think we appear before budget committees every year to talk about, you know, the Ike plan. It's a 2-year rolling program. I think the KDOT does a great job with their website showing what improvements are being proposed. But I think KDOT comes in every year. I think maybe what your question is also related to motor fuels tax. You know, we're relying more on sales tax to fund the transportation plan. You know, I think we all know that motor fuels it's not declining yet as a resource, but over time it's going to be. We all know the vehicles are becoming more efficient. So to fund these types of programs, it takes some portion of sales tax. That's a policy the state made several years ago under previous plans. But certainly we're not opposed. If there's more information that the Budget Committee needs or through the course of those hearings, we're happy to provide those as well. Absolutely.
Thank you, Michael. Committee, any other questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I want to make sure that I understand those who are concerned about the percentage of money that goes to the State Highway Fund. Correct me if I'm wrong, but could we sum it up by saying you don't care if we reduce taxes as long as we don't reduce your funding?
I mean, yeah, I think, Senator, the legislature has the priority. You guys have the fiscal responsibility that you see fit, whether it's revenue expenditures. We're here today to say that when you reduce the food sales tax, you reduce the amount that's going into the highway fund, and that will impact projects. And I would remind the committee that when Ike was passed, you guys did a great job on Ike, and when it was passed, the first dollar spent on preservation of our current system. So any reduction, I would argue, will impact safety and enhancement projects over time. I don't know the fiscal note of this bill. I haven't looked at it that closely yet, but I know on 342, the governor's, that proposal, it was about $70 million a year lost into the State Highway Fund. So over our 10-year program, that's significant dollar reduction when Ike was passed predicated on those revenues. So we're here today, to say you guys will make the decision on the sales tax after thorough debate. We would just like to see the highway fund kept whole so that Ike, as you guys passed it, would be, administered as that you guys had planned. So that's really what we're here today is we would just request an amendment to keep the highway fund whole if you decide to reduce the sales tax on food.
Madam Chairman, I appreciate and understand his answer, but he didn't answer my question. But I think everyone knows the answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What do you propose be the method by which it's made whole, since it wouldn't be from the sales tax? Are you saying increase the portion of the sales tax that then would go to the fund, or income tax? Where are we getting this?
So the amendment in the bill would be, and we can work through that, but currently right now, I think it's 16 point something of the 6.5%. That would have to be adjusted upward. I think in 342 adjusts a little over 18%. So I'm assuming under this bill, it would go a little bit higher than the 18.2. We'd have to figure out that percent.
Okay. A lot to say later, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, thank you, Michael. We have two conferees online. President Farley.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning and welcome to the Tax Committee.
Well, thank you for inviting us to be here to present information about a neutral testimony. And I'll summarize. You have a lot of material that we've provided for you, that we provided as written. Just a quick history lesson. In 1999, Washburn University was granted a retailer sales tax of 0.65% within Shawnee County. And that replaced exactly the same amount of money that replaced ad valorem taxes in Shawnee County. And what we're asking for here is the ability to continue operation of the university with the amendment of losing all the sales tax. It would cost about $4 million. $4 million would equate to probably about 12% of our expenditures that come from tuition. And so it would increase cost to tuition for our students. And we have amendments prepared for you that we have submitted already. I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, President Farley. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carrie Rinker.
Good morning. I'm thankful for the opportunity to provide some neutral remarks with others here today. I'm here on behalf of Tobacco Free Kansas Coalition. I serve as their policy committee chair. Our coalition focuses on tobacco prevention via education and advocacy, so we are not experts in food sales tax. However, we are comfortable in speaking about tobacco taxes. And I'm here today to share with the committee that if there is a concern about future revenue sources to replace lost SGF due to food sales tax elimination, we would welcome a discussion about an increase in tobacco taxes. Last year's estimates from 2021 determined in consultation with KDOR and Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids found
Mary,
an
I'm going to
increase.
have to rein you in. We don't have time to talk to tobacco tax today. We're on food
Okay.
tax. We're about to
Okay,
lose the room.
I understand. Okay, thank you. You have my written submission and here for the conversation in the future.
Very much appreciated. Thank you, Carrie. Committee, I would draw your attention to written testimony from Haley Kotler, Elizabeth Patton, Adam Stodila, Dave Trobert, and Eric Stafford. Committee, we are out of time. We lose the room. I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 339. Committee, I will open the hearing on Senate Bill 342. Amelia, will you give us an overview? And that is all we will have time for today. I had asked the ranking if she would like to reschedule. I'm sorry you are going to be forced to reschedule, but I did not want you to have to sit in the room for the entire time. So I appreciate it. Committee, we will continue. We'll open the hearing and we'll suspend it until we convene again. Thank you, Amelia.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, you do have a bill brief in front of you as well for Senate Bill 342. So I will be brief as well. 342 would reduce the state rate of sales and compensating use tax on sales of food and food ingredients from 6.5% to 0% beginning July 1, 2022. This bill, though, does exclude certain prepared food from that sales tax rate reduction. This bill would provide for the continued levy of city and countywide taxes on sales of food and food ingredients. It would discontinue the current non-refundable food sales tax credit after tax year 2022. And it also would provide an exemption for sales of farm products sold at farmers markets. Specifically, my bill brief goes through each section. You will see if you turn to page 2, section 4, amends 793603, which is the imposition of the retailer sales tax, showing the rate reduction from 6.5 to 0 for food and food ingredients, and includes the exclusion for certain prepared foods in that provision. You will also notice there's an incorporation of that new 0% rate for the compensating use tax beginning July 1. And you will also see in this bill in section 6 and section 8, it amends 2 statutes that would adjust the distribution percentage of revenue received from the sales and compensating use tax that is deposited into the state highway fund. If you look at that, I believe the percentage goes from, I don't have it right in front of me, 16.154% to 18.222%. And I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. We will suspend the hearing at this point. Committee, I would ask, would there be any objection to meeting this afternoon after the Senate adjourns? No objection? What we'll do is we'll get in a room, I'll make the announcement on the floor, and that way if anybody traveled in for the hearing, they'll be able to testify. Hopefully they can be around, or otherwise we can make arrangements for them to be able to testify online. Committee, I really appreciate your work and your indulgence, and thank you, conferees, all of you, for being very brief and making your points eloquently. Appreciated. Thank you, committee. With that, we're adjourned, and, well, we'll recess until later this afternoon. Thank you. hearing on Senate Bill 342. Committee, does anybody feel like they need the revisor to review? Okay, great. We'll go ahead and continue. Emily Fesh. Thank you.
Now it is. Emily Fetch, Kansas Action for Children. Just want to reiterate our support for Senate Bill 342 for some of the reasons that I outlined this morning, but primarily the earlier effective date, the smaller fiscal note, and because it doesn't include restaurants, it's more in keeping with how other states go about the elimination of food sales tax. And I think everything else I covered this morning, so happy to stand for questions.
I do have a question. I've been to other states where it is excluded on restaurants. So I would be curious if you know the parameters of how many states do not include that.
Yeah, my understanding is there are some states that don't have sales tax at all.
Right.
And even for some of those, my understanding is for a state like New Hampshire, they might not have the sales tax. They have an excise tax on restaurants in order to kind of capture that revenue. So I don't know the exact number, but I know that by and large, most states are not including restaurants on the elimination.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Emily. Lindsay Ford? Did she make it back? I don't think so. If we'll come back to her if she does. Haley Kotler? Written only? Okay. Oh, she had to leave. Okay. Committee, I would draw your attention to her written testimony. And Senator Sykes, welcome to the Tax Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had so much fun in here a couple weeks ago, decided to come back. I will be brief with my remarks. Serving for the last 6 years, the number one issue that I've heard from my constituents is sales tax on food. And the legislature has considered reducing the sales tax in the past without success. Right now, I think we are in a prime position to eliminate it completely. I would say that both bills do have a full reduction, so thank you for that. And they're not phasing those in, so I do appreciate that for both of these bills. I think we are in that position because we've been fiscally responsible. The investment in our state over the last 3 years has brought over $7 billion. So I think this is an opportunity for us, Republicans and Democrats, to come together and pass good policy for all working Kansans. You can read my testimony, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. We do have a few questions for you. Okay, committee, Senator Baumgardner? Oh, okay. Okay, I'll kick it off then. Senator, I know this is what is considered the governor's bill, but I don't feel that it matches up with the language that she called for publicly. She called to remove food sales tax. That would be all food sales tax.
And I believe from the conversations that I have had and what I got on board with was the state portion, that 6.5%. And it was my understanding when we were working with the revisers that in Senate Bill 342, it's only supposed to include sales tax on food, the state portion holding our cities and counties harmless, as well as the transportation fund.
Okay, thank you. I would disagree. I didn't hear very much of the press release, but my constituents told me that she took an axe around and said, I'm going to axe the sales tax on food. And she demanded that we have it by the end of the month and that it should be 13 lines or less. This bill is absolutely not 13 lines or less.
Yeah, and so I am not an attorney. I am very appreciative to our revisers, and I know it is the intent that it was only the state portion, that 6.5%. So if it does need to be adjusted and amended to only read that, and that is what I was in conversations with, and that's what I support.
Okay, thank you. Senator Solentrop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you aware that the governor is backfilling a Star Bonds district to the tune of roughly $13 million in West Sedgwick County?
I know there was some concern earlier in trying to make sure that we were holding all of those harmless. And I think that's something, you know, as this committee works the bill to be able to do, we were trying to get a bill out from the revisor's office. And so we knew we could not fix everything, but it was our intention that to keep the Star Bonds harmless.
Senator Solentrop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think it's really prudent to change the funding scheme of a Star Bond district when it was established for the purpose of those in that area to fund those improvements. So now everybody is having to fund those improvements. So, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple more. On the definition of food, this bill only eliminates sales tax on groceries. It does not eliminate sales tax on food.
That's correct. It is just groceries.
So it is not what the governor called for again. Tax on food?
And I think having it at grocery stores in her conversations, it's semantics on language, but the intent was on groceries. And that's why I believe the governor had in a receipt, and it was showing what that purchase on sales tax on groceries in the grocery store.
I understand, but that's not what she said. And so it has led my constituents to think that sales tax would be removed on all food.
And Madam Chair,
yes.
I would say my constituents, from what I've been seeing in the Johnson County area, the message, it was very concise that it was food at the grocery stores and only the state portion. I was actually at a Veterans Day event at one of our grocery stores in my community and having that conversation with those in attendance. And I was always adamant about saying, you know, our local and county has a petition, or they have a tax portion that we are not trying to do. If you have questions about that, that's a local control issue. This is the 6.5 on the groceries.
Okay. Committee, any other questions? So a couple more on food. It always begs, if she is dicing up and just doing groceries only, does that include sugar products?
And I would ask, I think that's a question for the Department of Revenue, as we were trying to make it as most inclusive as possible to groceries. And they were who we consulted for that definition. So I think that's a question for the Department of Revenue.
Okay, that's fair. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, I would ask you the same question I have asked several conferees on the previous bill. If we were to narrow this down to food staples, nutritional items, excluding things like soda pop, candy, chips, etc., would you still be supportive of such legislation?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Peck, for the question. I think that's all part of the conversation. I think we need to make it as easy for our constituents as possible. I've been trying to get a definition because I've heard that conversation, whether it's WIC or SNAP. Last night, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I was laying in bed reading what the WIC definitions of foods were. And my concern with that is, so some of those are like 8 ounces of cheese, 16 ounces of cheese. What do we do with 32? I had 2 teenage boys. We never bought anything that was smaller than 32 ounces. So I think I would want to make sure that we're not causing more concern and confusion with the public. But if that's the revenue we wanted, so it's meats, foods, vegetables, cheeses, but I think we need to make sure that we're not causing more problems. So if I buy this size or this brand, whether or not that would be tax exempt.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And also in this legislation, it increases the percentage amount that the state highway fund would receive. Does that provide great heartburn for you and for the governor and other supporters if we left the percentage as is at 16 point whatever, rather than bumping it up to 18% of the total sales tax collections?
So that's going to be, sorry, Madam Chair, and that will be a decision of as you work the bill and pass something out, I do think it's very important, and we would just pass the Ike transportation plan, and we need to make sure that we are not putting those plans in transportation and our infrastructure in harm of being able to be funded. So that is why in the bill it did have that increase. But welcome to have conversations of how we keep our transportation plan and the funding whole.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One final question. I'm amazed at the fact that in the past, whenever the legislature was looking at a tax reduction, we heard from all these groups who were concerned about us losing revenue so we would not be able to fund their pet project, no matter what it may be. And I could start enumerating, but I won't. Do you have a feel for, and I know you can't speak for all organizations, but maybe it's more of a comment than a question, but it's just surprising to me. And I will just pick one. We're looking at on the fiscal note on this legislation. It shows that in fiscal year 23, and fiscal notes such as this, I realize, are hard to nail down, but it shows a reduction in revenue to the state of nearly $500 million, $491.3 million. And so that's state general fund money. The state general fund, our K-12 education, is about 52% of the budget. I'm curious as to if education is willing to take 52% hit of this fiscal note, because honestly and seriously, my concern is down the road, we may have a revenue shortfall in the state of Kansas, because the Kansas legislature historically has not shown a willingness to control spending. I mean, it's been ridiculous to my way of thinking. It's the reason I don't support budgets. But do you want to address that, or just let me have thrown these ideas or thoughts out and concerns that we don't hear from the groups that generally oppose tax cuts? Now they're supporting it when we've got the government program SNAP, WIC, the food sales tax rebate program and so forth, or why they're not here in opposition rather than in support. And I will just throw that out, Madam Chairman, and if the conferee wishes to address it, that's fine. If she wishes not to address it, that's her choice as well.
Senator Sykes.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. So I am very fiscally conservative. Some may disagree, but when I was looking at this, I was very adamant as I spoke with the budget director, making sure that in the out years, I think we have had a strong last 3 years with over $7 billion in investment in our state. But how do we make sure we hold things harmless? I think on SNAP and WIC and some of those things, as a legislature, we've made it harder for people to participate in that. For tax cuts, I have always been, what is something that would affect the most of our constituents, but still be attainable and for the future? I felt running all of my traps and having conversations that this was the way. I mean, granted, we can't add a lot more with this. I think we need to address a rainy day fund. So those are issues. But with our ending budget and the way the projections, I think we are able to do that.
Senator Peck. Okay. So, Senator, you made a statement that we've made it more difficult and harder, you said, for people to participate in programs such as SNAP. How would this legislative body have done that? That is a federal program that is administered by the administration.
Thank you for the question. I would say some of the programs we have not been able to educate our constituents about those. We've made it the deadline, the amount that you're eligible for those. We've limited the timeframes. I think there's issues like that that have made it harder.
But if I may, Senator, those are administrative issues. That's not legislative.
I think it was the HOPE Act, and it was before I was in the legislature, but it made things quite a bit harder.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I know it's a little off topic. I would, and I don't want to put you on the hot seat, but this is the governor's bill. And the governor did call us reckless for passing a tax cut. And that tax cut has proven to be very positive for the state. In fact, I don't know if people have heard it, but the revenues are up, well, I was told $130 million, 131 to be accurate, over estimates for this month. So, yeah, it's a big number. So and that fiscal note was less than 100 million. And here we are looking at a 500 million. So I would be curious if she withdraws those words, reckless.
I do not speak for the governor. I think that original bill had a much larger price tag, at least the one that I was opposing last year. I think it was at 700 million. That's the one I recall. So I would be happy to talk with you later on that specific bill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your testimony. Committee, any other questions for this conferee? I know we spent a lot of time on it. I appreciate it. Senator, I know it's easier to be in this seat than it is where you're standing now. So I appreciate your testimony and coming before the committee.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I hope we can come together for some kind of compromise mill, because I really do think we have the opportunity to show our constituents that we can put partisan politics aside and pass something that is good for all Kansans.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I appreciate that, because I started working on this issue in 2012. We actually passed it in the House when I was in the House, and it removed all sales tax on food. So I would love to find a solution on this legislation.
I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions or comments? Thank you, Senator. So our next conferee is Scott Schneider.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott Schneider again on behalf of the Kansas Restaurant and Hospitality Association. We are opposed to this bill for the same reason we're for the other bill, is that it decouples restaurants and grocery stores from receiving similar tax treatment. A couple of points I do want to make out or make on this bill. If you could think of the taxes that the poorest among us benefit the least from, this one has to be in the top 5, because 13% of Kansans who participate in the SNAP program don't pay sales tax on food. In addition to that, we have another catch-all program that tries to catch the next group who get a food sales tax rebate. I think and I put a study in my report. It's not just me saying this. It's an actual study that I'd encourage you to look at. Once you remove 231,000 Kansans from paying the food sales tax, the progressivity that the proponents of this bill are looking for goes away. So the benefit actually bends toward the rich, the people who buy steaks, buy more expensive food and more of it. I think we got to slow down and take a look at this. Who's actually benefiting? And if it's a specific group in our society that we're trying to help and benefit, which I think is the right thing to do, we ought to be more targeted. If this bill were to pass, I think another piece that's important to know, Kansas would still have the 11th highest food sales tax under 342, because we allow locals to continue their taxation at 2%. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Scott. Senator Claes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the average monthly savings per Kansan if we were to eliminate the state portion of the food sales tax on groceries? Do we know that?
I don't know that. All I could say is...
I'm going to do some quick math, because the governor's number was about $125 per year per person, which comes out to about $10.40 a month. Just a note that what we're arguing over here is $10.40 a month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Senator Peck has a question for you.
I've asked this question several times, and you're in opposition. If it was narrowed down to just nutritional items, basics, milk, eggs, bread, that type of thing, I don't go out to eat to get milk, eggs, and bread. I go out for the stuff that's not really that good for me. And I'm not saying that all restaurants have unhealthy food, but
You have salads.
You have salads.
We have salads that you can get off the menu, yeah. Sorry.
would that make any difference to the association?
Well, I think you're hunting down a path that's more targeted to a population that you're trying to impact the most. I think a bill like this, because of the federal requirement, the 1985 Food Security Act, doesn't allow us to tax that 231,000 Kansans. So your idea gets us closer, but I think you could also think about doing that within the structure of our tax rebate program, whether you need to increase it, expand it. That is something that's tangible and meaningful that gets to the right people. I don't need a sales tax cut on my milk. I would like it, but I don't need it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess I missed the answer, but maybe I'll get
You haven't gotten an answer.
I was trying to be
No,
encouraging.
I'm having trouble getting answers to that question today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Are there any other proponents for the bill that would like to testify? Seeing none, I'll draw your attention to the written testimony. Erica Andrade, Julie Brewer, Tom Buller, Donna Ginther, Tim Graham, Jay Hall, John Jenks, Dennis Kreisel, Jessica Lineher, Stuart Little, McLean Macklin, Rachel Marsh, Teresa Miller, Andy Sanchez, Derek Schmidt, Karen Siebert, Lee Wagner. We have 2 proponents online. Are they available? John Shively? John, would you like to testify to the bill?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Please
All
proceed.
right. Yes, thank you. You already heard my testimony this morning, so I'm not going to get into too many more details other than we prefer this bill somewhat because 342 goes into effect sooner. So if there's a possibility that their bills are amended or somewhat combined, we'd prefer an earlier effective date. And we also think that the farmers market provision that is in 342 is a good idea. I think it can get people access to healthier food, and it supports locals' economies, which we think is a great deal. I do just want to touch on one tiny piece, and then I'll be done. Sorry. And that's that SNAP benefits, while not taxed, do not cover all of low-income Kansans' entire grocery budget necessarily. And then the second thing I would add is that while the rebate is a fine piece of policy, first of all, not everyone qualifies for it. Second of all, not everyone knows about it. And third of all, even if you qualify and you know about it, you may not get all your money back that you spent on the grocery sales tax. So we would actually say that that's sort of an less preferable policy as opposed to this legislation in front of you today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, John. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Committee, I would, is there any other proponents? I don't think there is. Okay. Opponents on the bill, John Donnelly. We heard from him this morning. I'm pretty sure it's the same testimony. So I'll draw your attention to his written testimony. Neutral, Eric, is he in? So we heard from him this morning also. I would assume it's the same testimony from the league. Written neutral is Eric Stafford, Dave Trobert, and neutral via WebEx is President Farley. He's not online? Okay, so President Farley is not online, so I would draw your attention to written testimony. Anybody that would like to testify as an opponent? Neutral? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 342. Committee, I'm going to take advantage of this to work a couple of bills really quickly so that we are not meeting the rest of the week. We will meet again next Tuesday. I would like to pick up legislation on Senate Bill 326. Amelia, do you mind giving us an overview? And committee, I would like to recognize the distinguished Mr. Secretary. Thank you for joining us.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Senate Bill number 326, as you recall, would provide an income tax credit for qualified railroad track maintenance expenditures of short-line railroads and associated rail siding owners or lessees. It would allow an income tax credit for tax years 2022 through 2031 in an amount equal to 50% of the eligible taxpayers' qualified railroad track maintenance expenditures paid or incurred during the tax year. The tax credit each year would be limited to $5,000 per number of miles of road track. For rail siding, the credit would be limited to $5,000 per rail siding. The total amount of credits each year shall not exceed $8,720,000. Unused credit amounts may be carried forward for up to 5 years. The credit is not refundable, but the credit is transferable. And there are definitions of the terms of eligible taxpayer and qualified railroad track maintenance expenditures. And the Secretary of Revenue and Transportation would have some rules and regulations authority, and the bill would take effect from and after publication in the statute book.
Committee, any questions for Amelia? Seeing none, what are your wishes on the bill? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. During the hearing, I asked some questions of the conferees because I was not really excited about the transferability of the tax credits. So I really appreciate the industry coming to me and offering a compromise. I would ask that the balloon be passed out. And what this does, it narrows down who could participate as an entity that would be eligible for the transfer of the tax credits. It narrows it down to customers and vendors of the railroad. And then the definition is on the back as to who are eligible customers and who would be eligible vendors, who would be in a position to purchase these tax credits from the rail industry. I'll be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Senator, would you like to move your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I would move that we amend Senate Bill 326 with the balloon that I proposed.
Thank you. It's been moved by Senator Peck, seconded by Senator Baumgardner. Discussion on the motion. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for the bringer of the amendment. What was the rationale behind limiting who can purchase a transferable credit?
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. During testimony, we heard that there will be transferable credits because their tax liability is always going to be less than what the credits are. And I just did not like the idea of these credits being out there for anyone to purchase. And so it may be a personal thing, but I thought, well, if we narrowed it down to those who were actually involved in the rail industry in some sort, that it would be much preferable to me. Without doing that, Senator, I just was not going to support the legislation.
I see. So the idea would be that if someone was to receive the arbitrage between the tax credit amount that is then being given to the railroad and the amount they're paying for it, so let's say they paid 80 cents on the dollar, you want the recipient of that to have skin in the game, as it were. Is that what you're saying? You want them to be participating in this entire endeavor?
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess that would be a better way to say it than the way that I said it.
Okay. Just wanted to understand where you're coming from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any other discussion on the bill? Senator Steffen.
Thank you. When we heard the bill the other day, it became very apparent to me that this is a sector, an entity that does compete with other folks in my district, with small truckers, with independent truckers. And I see this as nothing but giving them an advantage. This is an unlevel playing field that I do not support, and I'm disappointed that that we're looking at giving a big company like this an advantage that they've had for 20 plus years, while I don't see us doing anything for the other players in this market. I think this is problematic governance, and I certainly do not support it.
Thank you. Committee, any other discussion on the bill? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would move that the Senate Assessment and Taxation Committee pass Senate Bill 326 as amended, recommended favorable for passage.
It's been moved by Senator Peck, seconded by Senator Baumgardner. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Would you like to be recorded? Motion carries. Thank you, committee. I would quickly, we had two other really quick bills, Senate Bill 327 and Senate Bill 354. Amelia, could you give us an overview on Senate Bill 354?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, Senate Bill number 354 related to retailer sales tax and would exclude discounts and coupons from the sales or selling price for sales tax purposes. And as you may recall, I think there was some discussion during the hearing on this bill regarding the language. The bill would take effect from and after publication in the statute book, and I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Amelia. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, committee, I have an amendment on this. I would make it so that it's manufacturer's coupons and that we use the language recommended by the streamlined sales tax so that we do not get kicked out. We have a handout on that. Would you guys like, we'll pass that out. So committee, would you like further explanation on this? Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just so I understand, with the adoption of the amendment, this would be streamlined sales tax compliant?
Thank you, Senator. It would not be compliant. What I have done, we always lose this bill because it takes us out of compliance with streamline. So I have reached out to them and they are considering exempting this in their language, but they will not meet until May. And since we are using their recommended language, I feel confident that we are in good shape. They do have a preliminary meeting at the end of, is it February or March? It's coming up that they will be discussing this and we'll have a better idea, but this is the language that they proposed. Yes. Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to belabor this, but I don't believe we had any testimony from any retailers. And in the past, on other bills, we have heard that it's going to be difficult, expensive, whatever, for them to reprogram their registers to accommodate changes. Have you heard anything since we had our hearing from them with regard to what type of retailer expenses or delays that might occur?
No, Senator, I have not. And I would say that we have never heard from them on this legislation. And the Senate has passed it at least 2 years, possibly 3 years. It's the House that always doesn't move on it. This year, I think they'll move on it because we have contacted streamlined sales tax. Senator Baumgart.
Do we happen to have a House bill that we could put this in?
We do, but we do. But we're going to leave it in a Senate bill for now. Thank you for asking. Any other questions on the legislation? Seeing none, I'll move my amendment. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved by Senator Tyson, seconded by Senator Kirshen. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. What are your wishes on the bill, committee? Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we pass out Senate Bill 354 as amended favorably for passage.
Is there a second on the motion? Senator Peck. Senator Baumgardner moves. Senator Peck seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go ahead and support this because what I'm hopeful is that we can put this out there. We can get some feedback from Streamline, and hopefully it'll pass muster. If it doesn't, we can just not advance the bill beyond wherever it is at the time. So, and quite honestly, to me, this has always been a fair issue. I mean, we went to the bat for the car dealers for their coupons, and we know a lot of people, a lot of moms who clip manufacturers' coupons. Let's give them a break if we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. One last bill, committee. We'll work it very quickly, but it's Senate Bill 327. Amelia, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Senate Bill number 327 also relates to retailer sales tax, and it would exclude separately stated delivery charges from the sales or selling price for sales tax purposes. And you can see on the bill on pages 7 and 8, it would amend the definition of sales or selling price to exclude the delivery charges, which are defined as those including transportation, shipping, postage, handling, crating, and packing. Again, as we discussed, I believe that this would apply to those that are separately stated delivery charges. If the delivery charges are not separately stated, they would remain a part of the sales and selling price.
Thank you, Amelia. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, what are your wishes on the bill? Senator Peck?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't see this as controversial. Maybe we'll find out, but I would move that we pass this out favorably and put it on the consent calendar.
Is there a second on the motion? It's been moved by Senator Peck, seconded by Senator Baumgardner to pass the bill out favorably on the consent calendar. Any discussion? Senator Holland.
Can I ask the reviser or research a question?
You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really like this idea, but just my only concern at this point is that we just heard it once. We had one conferee. It sounds good. I asked from NFIB, the state chamber, didn't hear boo. I just want to be sure this is good. So my question would be, are we aware of any streamline issues with this? I think I asked that question. I think we said there weren't, but just if Amelia or Eddie could elaborate, are there any issues that we are aware of out there?
Amelia, would you like to address that?
I apologize, I do not have my file with me, but as I recall, and the Department of Revenue is here, and possibly they could help me if I misstate something. My understanding of the Streamline Agreement is that it is left up to the states to decide whether or not they are going to include delivery charges or portions of the delivery charges in their definition of sales or selling price, as long as they can be excluded if they are separately stated. And I don't know if the chair would like to hear from the Department of Revenue.
Do you have anything, Mr. Secretary, to add to that? Do you want to come to the microphone? We've got people online that wouldn't be able to hear you. Thank you. Would you state your name and?
I'm Mark Burkhart, Secretary of Revenue. It's my understanding that the bill in its current form does not pose any problems with Streamline.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that confirmation. That was my understanding also. We made sure that we did not cause any problems with it. And Senator, I would remind you that this bill comes to us from a constituent. I received an email this summer. That's where this originated from. Thank you.
Chair, because I talked to her about it. I asked her a question, I believe.
No, that
I
wasn't the one that
I was just
originated.
concerned about, my apologies. I think my concern was with any, commercial interests. We asked the question, the lobbyist never told us anything. I'm assuming this is Haynes. I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate the questions and I appreciate the thoroughness of the vetting. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Committee, any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, committee. Committee, we are adjourned. I hope you have a safe and restful the rest of your week, and we will see you next Tuesday. Thank you for all your work.